Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Hello.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
All right, there we go. Welcome to the dark Court of Public Opinion. The power is off. The power is off. We're running off a generator right now. We've had to rewire the entire RA household to make this work. But I think I'm powering the entire neighborhood as far as internet goes. I'm sorry about my camera. Everything defaulted to its natural setting, which was not right. Let's see if we can. That's not it. This one. Nope, that's not it. This one. That's not it. Good. Is it camera one? It's camera one. Okay, that's it. Last one. Let's go up here. Let's crank up the gain a little bit so it looks like we're working still. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, where are we? This is where we are, live. We didn't miss anything, but we have to do happy birthday and everything else, which we have not yet done. So we're gonna take a rain check on happy birthday because I don't know, I had to build the internet this morning. I'm sorry, guys. I was a little busy. Sorry. It was some stuff happened, right? It was crazy. It's a good thing Greeners has the internet today. Greeners, congratulations, my friend. See if I can boom, 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 put you up on screen, which I can't because, of course, things are not working yet.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Yeah, happy birthday to you as well. We'll do it manually. Screw it. We'll do it live. Greeners says I gifted it back to you. You can't see me because you can't see this. Because, of course, that monitor isn't working. All right. It's always fun. Love the power going off. Hang on one second. We're waiting for court to get audio. We don't have it yet. When it happens, you'll hear it first right here. We can see you. I can see you. That's the miracle of the internet. It's wonderful. This crazy invention. I think it's not a fad. It's going to stick around. Give us a minute. Let me get chat on the screen.
Sorry, what was that? No, you said for 216. It's been fun.
Yeah, maybe it is 3-7.
No,
I'm not.
You are unmuted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. And yes, for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And RA here.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my computer up and running, and then I'll
Oh, yeah, you and me
talk
both,
about
Judge.
a few things that I want to address with the
Oh, my God.
counsel before the jury comes in. Just give me a minute.
Now you tell me. Who do we have? Happy birthday. I fixed chat on the screen. We're running off the wonders of natural gas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are using LP to power the internet today. I think I'm pushing power back through the entire network. The way it went down this morning, it went dark, and then it came back up, and it went dark, and it came back up, and it went dark, and I'm like, oh, this is bad. This is a bad one. Got on Facebook. First I called the town power, and
So,
they're not up either, so they couldn't answer the phone. But my
I
entire
hear
town's
from
up.
the parties first about the issue that we discussed at the side of the bench. Attorney Porges referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue.
That's the sentencing?
Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that looking at the memorandum the defense submitted, that also said 20 as a potential penalty would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
All right.
This is the sentencing on his
Your Honor,
guilty pleas.
We were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
So let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable, or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years, which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost sort of feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony, and not now.
I like the judge's reasoning there.
Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony. So I am going to put off the sentencing on the two charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was a life, punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where I stand with regard to that.
Stop, Judge. Oh, my goodness. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Yes.
Stephanie, just with Towns
Did you
Without
say
Power.
something?
No, I was just whispering to
still
Mr.
watching.
Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder.
It was
than
me,
thought.
Judge. I'm sorry. Mimi D,
Anyway.
take a deep breath. We love you. Your coverage is always worth waiting for. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I also
Kim.
want to.
Kim, thank you. Got gas?
I
do
understand
now.
from the emails that came to me
Thank you,
last
Josh.
night that
Thank you, Josh. Kelly H, thank you for the choo-choo.
the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fasto messages coming in. Is that right?
I missed a couple there. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a...
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
Well,
easier.
no.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion.
Right.
And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fasto text messages to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22.
Oh my goodness.
The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fasto and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period, end of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Anna Walsh. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walsh told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is on the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases.
Okay, well, this judge is just being epic with her fair and just rulings. You guys are being epic with your generosity. I can't even, they're disappearing faster than I can click on them. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support for our family.
Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
For our little power hiccup, which will probably be fixed sometime
what about,
today.
ID number?
We've got candles, but a generator.
Is the next one?
Like.
Thank you.
Courtney, thank you very much. Thank you. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, all of you who joined us over on Court and Confidential last night. As I've said, I can't say enough good about Josh and what he's doing over on that channel. He's amazing. It's an honor. I mean, see myself on the screen next to him, I still pinch myself. It's really cool. It's really cool to be with him, and he would invite me on. It's just amazing. His whole team is fabulous.
All right. Anything, the jury's ready to go, is that right?
Well worth a subscribe and a follow.
And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the Fasto messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right. As I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And I don't know how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fasto, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right. It's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from
may Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down?
Sure.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
I owe so many people a thank you, and they're disappearing before I can get to them all. Your generosity, especially this time of year, is so much appreciated. The power issue, this is just my life. Occasionally these things happen. I love that I'm able to put it together and make it work. I feel blessed that I'm in a situation where I have that as an option. I know there are people when the power goes out that all they can do is wait and pray. So I'm truly blessed to be able to flip a switch and pull a cord and make power work and start up the internet again. Greeners, thanks for gifting me the internet back again. I guess is my response. I'll keep it running for the rest of you. For all those who just made just incredible well wishes and gifts, generous gifts. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. My family appreciates your support. and hope that we can continue to earn your views, your eyeballs, and your time during the day as we try to entertain and inform you during this trial. So, Karen, thank you so much. You are all amazing. I'm pretty sure I've got enough power to go till lunchtime. I've got a full tank of natural gas out there, 20-pound canister. Once we hit lunch, I'm going to have to scramble, assuming power comes back on, and shuffle everything, because right now we're all running off one extension cord.
Ron and get your attention, you shall be heard. Let's have a call to Massachusetts, and it's on the phone. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
My cell phone battery died. Poor Tony.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, we'll start today with our questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you given up on answering to me? Let's try that again.
Did they not nod?
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and not take in any news media?
As everyone's nodding in the jury pool. Miss Chris, thank you very much for your generosity gifting memberships this morning. I Rescue Dogs also gifting a membership.
And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? Yes. And do you all still have open minds? Yes.
I heard a verbal yes there.
With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work, and I thank you for your continued vigilance to those jurors. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls William Fastow.
Oh, here we go. Rebecca, thank you. Selena, thank you as well. You're amazing. We're going to do the birthday song. We're going to re-sing it. I know you guys sang without me. That's just not the same. I want to join in. We'll do that on the first break. We'll have half an hour, so we'll have time to do that. Shrotina, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right this way. Step up and just watch your step for me. Thank you. Slide over. Shoot for you. No, a little bit more. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Buckle up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is.
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
Just about 20 years.
Always in the D.C. area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
One more so than
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlow. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest D.C.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walsh come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walsh in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walsh?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walsh, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
Also and what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
Don't start naming.
You said movies?
Yes.
What
And
movies?
you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Please.
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
Did she jazzercise?
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walsh in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Did she use a cell phone?
I think PG is about the best we can hope for here.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
One.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just one.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name?
Yes, I did.
Your full name?
Whatever, yes, that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in D.C. overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
She had furnished it.
Okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in D.C.?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind, and it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind,
It's a sua sponte.
as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question, and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
There was an objection in there where he said, I think, because that typically is the precursor for speculation. He is not an expert witness. He cannot speculate on what Anna was thinking or why she did something. And obviously, defense want to limit any damage that comes in here. As sidebar continues, I'd love to see Brian here. Seems pretty chill. His murdered wife's lover across the room, locking eyes with him, so to speak, meeting him for the first time. He says they never met. This is a situation where we see often in court. The gentleman on the stand didn't commit any crimes per se, but obviously being a third party in a marriage can get you in trouble, and in cases that end up in murder, can get you on the witness stand, having to admit to things that you might not normally just say in public. And that is the unfortunate position he found himself in as a result of that. So it is awkward, but it is it's something to consider. Should this be the path you pursue? Thank you once again. I'm looking through the list. I'm trying to figure out how I can get all these on the screen. I found a list of everybody: Tumwater Troy, Selena K, Just Stephanie, Mimi D1, Kelly H, Allison Garfolo, Larissa, Peter Tupperware, Sarah T. Rex, N. Watson, Blue Star, Alexis MC, Lois Cox, Tammy Lee, Barbarane Bolt, Princess Buttercup, Camellia Juliana, Courtney Arleo, Armada Strigoi. Sorry, got that a second time. Lisa, Mimi NC, Karen Stepp, Weebug, Meanie Banana, Stacy Ray Texas Justice, Lacey D, Jennifer J. Juniper, Miss Chris, I Rescue Dogs, Bite Me, Selena K, Shrotina, Kelly H, Baby Shark, Emmy J, Ruth Ann, Unrulia Julia, Red Pen. There's more. Let's see. We also had Autobody Gal, Lori, Katie Bug, Josh Hutchins, Kim, Red Pen, and Alexis. If I missed you, please, I apologize. There are so many of you who have been so generous this morning, both in super chats as well as on the direct through PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for your generosity. If I missed you, I do apologize. You guys are the best, absolute best. That was some train. Choo choo. Don't think Walsh planned it either. Okay, I was talking to my wife about this case this morning, and I said, after talking with Josh last night on Courtroom Confidential, I feel more and more convinced that the state has a very difficult burden to meet to prove premeditated murder. Only because his actions were so frantic in how to get rid of a body and Googling 50 times to do it, that I really think this was a spur-of-the-moment incident, which will be difficult to prove premeditation on because we just don't have a video or his thought process at the time or a Google search how to kill my wife type thing. It's just not there. It'll be difficult for the state to prove. Although it could be reasonable to conclude that happened, but it's also a reasonable possibility that he did something that he did not think would end in her death. Maybe this was a domestic incident, which is terrible, which is bad. But in the course of the domestic, when it got physical, he might have done something that resulted in her falling and hitting her head and dying, where that was not the intended outcome. That would be second degree instead of premeditated. And as long as that possibility remains, I think the jury's going to convict on second degree, not on first degree. And that, of course, will impact to the 10 to 20 situation the judge was talking about this morning, the punishment for the 2 he pled guilty for. May we approach gifted a membership as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Premeditation can be quick. The problem is the proving.
Did you keep your relationship with Anna secret?
I did not, no.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes.
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
We did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
So she kept
Did
it secret.
Anna
He
ever
did not.
discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes.
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes.
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
We did.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did.
And how long were you in Dublin?
Until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
We drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Was there any discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
Prosecution asking permission to go somewhere. Have we laid enough foundation to get there? Are we bringing in the messages? Oh, wow. Let's see. You guys hear my generator? Hopefully you can't. But I think foundation is laid. Yes. Greeners, I shouldn't have clicked on that. Racy text messages might come in. I imagine if they are there. Remember what the defense said? We don't want them in, but if they come in, we want all of them. Because then that gives context. The context meaning that gives us, hang on one second, don't leave. That gives us an opportunity to point out the stuff that is distraction and that might be very inflammatory, but about something else, something other than murder. Hang on one second. Okay, we just had power restored to the house, which means the next break, what I think I can do, I think I can just unplug everything. Let's see. Unplug everything, plug it back in and reconnect and keep the same live stream. The wheel will just spin for a while. There will be a spinning wheel for a couple minutes while we do this during the half-hour break. If not, we'd have to restart it, but I think I can keep it up. This is prosecution direct, yes. The state is direct questioning the witness. The defense does not want these messages to come in. Brian, once again, hands clasped, praying. I think the defense has not won many battles in the objection field, and one or two in this trial that I can think of since the trial began. And everything coming in, it just makes it more and more difficult for them. So, shouldn't you wait a little while? Let's make sure it stays on. My power has not gone off since the pole got hit in my front yard. It's very rare for our power to go off, and our entire town went down. So I think if it's back on, I think we should be good. We're not having bad weather. It's beautiful. I went out in shorts and a T-shirt to get the generator fired up. I mean, it's like 50 degrees, but it's good. Anna isn't being painted in the best light, complaining that she can't be the mother she wants, but not taking any opportunities to spend time with them. There's another angle, though. And, you know, I look at this and I say, how would I think, or maybe how would my wife handle this situation might be different than how Anna did. Anna was the breadwinner at the time. So it's a different family dynamic, but there are families where the husband stays at home and the wife works. And that theirs was sort of forced to be that, because otherwise he would probably be, you know, in custody, or he wouldn't have been granted the bond that he was given with the ability to move and travel and things, and then they would be in a financial, hardship if he couldn't work. So, but it does seem like that she might have had opportunity to be with her family, and maybe her priority might have been at that time to pursue this relationship with the witness here, with Mr. Fasto. Brian wasn't actually taking care of kids' daycare, and a nanny was, right? They sort of used that excuse with the court, with his federal court issue, to say, look, you can't lock me up and not release me without a reasonable bond, because my kids need me. So the kids were used as a pawn in his federal case, and they acknowledged it. I mean, she told William that this is the way it has to be. Otherwise, he's not out on bond. Anna. I keep saying Anna. It's Anna. Thank you for the correction. It's called House Husband. That's what I'm looking for.
Break. So you can use the facilities, grab some water.
Ooh, we might have
All rise for the court, please.
we might have a proffer coming in.
Close your notebook. Follow me.
This can get spicy. This will be the only other time the jury's been sent out like this unscheduled was for a proffer, where the attorneys will ask questions of the witness. The judge will listen to the answers, make a ruling on the objection, and then the jurors will be brought back in, possibly repeat the exercise if the judge allows it, or just move on if she doesn't. These are fun. These are fun to watch, because they're presented in a way that will be most beneficial for the side that's asking to go here, right? But if they get the permission, the way it's presented the next time around in front of the jury can be a little bit different and a little bit spicier.
Take a look at the proposed redactions, and when you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those.
Oh, it looks like instead we are waiting to see if the judge can rule on the messages, which ones come in. We have a batch of messages. We have everything, right? We have everything between these two, and the judge is ruling on what comes in. Defense at one point said, if any's coming in, we want all of them. But then they also, this morning, either the prosecution or defense presented a list of proposed redactions saying, we think these ones should stay out, or these ones, for one reason or another, should stay out. Brian's frustrated that the bailiff said, you have to leave, the judge is off the bench. He's like, really? Can I not just stay here for this? And they said, nope. Policy, you have to go. So we see this in many courts. This is a policy the bailiffs enforce, and the bailiffs do have the power to say, yes, you have to leave. The judge can't say, leave him here, I'm going to go off the bench. Judge steps off the bench, the suspect is taken back to the box. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay there and keep working on his case and talking with his clients and seeing, going or talking with his counsel and going over the messages. But he'll be back, and it might be just in moments. I don't want to do the power change now. We'll wait until we have a proper break. Of course, if the power just suddenly goes down, the stream just ends in a little spinny wheel. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run, and I've got a long green extension cord from the generator out on my front deck, through the window, into a black extension cord, which then splits off to power my TV and the internet. It's also powering my lights, my rear camera, front camera, 3 computers, hyperdeck, NAS storage, 2 switchers, and my soundboard and camera. And that everything else I'm sort of leaving turned off. There are a few other devices I just and some Apple TVs and stuff. But all that can be changed in a moment. But the internet takes about 2 or 3 minutes to power back up, to reconnect. So that'll be the delay. All my computers can stay up because they have battery power. All right. Get a whole home generator. They're nice. But before I get the generator, I should probably get windows that close all the way and a roof that doesn't leak. I just have the priorities. They're really nice. I'm on a generator right now. On a dual fuel. It's just a portable one that's just, and our power is back on. We rarely lose power. Even during hurricanes, it's rare for us to lose power. How's the wiring in your 1915 home? It's holding up great for like the tube and bulb. What do they call that? When you tear into the walls, the wiring our house uses, first of all, the ground was cut out with the lead pipes. So most of the house is not grounded. Only the new parts where we've done renovations are grounded. The others, we have little wires that are held off by insulators that just run through our floorboards, and they're open. It works great. Whoever thought that up? It's not very safe, but knob and tube, that's it. Knob and tube wiring. Music Addict says, missed a bit of this trial, so sorry if it's already been established, but was his bond related in any way to the kids? His bond in the federal case, this was something they presented to the Fed saying, Your Honor, can I please get a bond? I am the primary caregiver for my kids. My wife is the one who is out working. That's the way it works. So if you lock me up, the kids have no care at home. He did get a very generous and liberal bond in that case. Of course, the crime was not there was not a serious risk to the public with somebody who sold a piece of art and presented it as an Andy Warhol when it wasn't, right? This isn't like if we let him go, people could die. So that is a case where you would expect bonds to be granted. It did give him quite a bit of freedom of movement. He did have an ankle bracelet, a little piece of hardware that could track him and make sure that he, was where he said he was supposed to be. And he had that on at the time that this all went down, at the time Anna's body was disposed of, which is just wild to be under federal investigation and committing another felony at the same time. Because this year's hurricane season was so mild, generator companies might have a big inventory and are selling them cheap to get rid of stock. That's cool. It's not in my budget yet. We do like to save up and fix up the house as it needs a lot of fixing. But once the house is fixed up, maybe that might be something we could save up for. People did die. Yes, they did, Northwest. But you can't look at somebody who's been charged with selling a piece of art and telling you it's an Andy Warhol when it wasn't, and saying, "Oh, this is a clear pattern of behavior that's going to lead to murder." Right? That's an unreasonable jump, and I don't think the two were connected at all. Although the financial stress that was placed on the family because of the restitution he had to pay back to the person who thought they were getting a Warhol and didn't. That burden might have added to the motive for the murder. So they are connected that way. They say art crimes are the gateway to murder. He committed a different crime of fraud on his dead father's estate while he was out on bond. Was that ever charged? Everyone knows it's Wendy. I don't know if he ever got charged on anything related to that. I know he was basically cut out of the will and was fighting to get some of the stuff that his dad had passed on. His dad left him nothing but his best wishes, and he ended up selling a bunch of items that belonged to his dad. Almost sold a property that had been passed down. But replacement windows wiped out my budget. Just Stephanie, we have 33 windows in this house. Beautiful windows. They're about 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide. And they're sliding vertical windows with the hand-blown glass. Antique. And they might as well be screens, honestly. Just the wind comes through the windows. You can't spell window without wind, and this house takes that literally. So yeah, we could replace the very poorly made 1970s version outer windows that were placed over them, and maybe do that. But when the windows in this house get replaced, somebody is going to take a very big vacation, and it won't be me. It will be the window guy. Yes, I did pick the house. It's the first and last time I buy a historic home. But why are they on break so early? Scott's Mom, great question. They're on break because the two sides are fighting it out to see if they can agree as to which messages will be redacted. If they can't agree, defense's position last we heard was that we want them all, Your Honor. It's just not fair. And if they can agree, then of course the judge has nothing to do but say, granted. You know, if the two sides agree, she doesn't have to make a ruling on that. She'll just say, all right, admitted as agreed to. Don't replace those. I know. It's every time we tear out a window or break a window, it breaks a little piece of my heart. Looking at the glass and the waves and the bubbles in it and stuff. I love it. It's beautiful. It really is. All right. Are they on sidebar? No. The judge has stepped off while the two sides discuss. RBJ, tell me about it. I bought this house. Let me tell you, I bought this house. I sold my house in Utah, and we used the money that we got from that house, which the market had boomed. We used the equity from that, where we had stayed for many years and really have been blessed by a favorable market to buy this house, and we were able to pay for it cash, which is just incredible. But it was a step down price wise from one home to the other, which is why it was possible. We bought the house, went to get the insurance, and they appraised the value of our house for insurance purposes at 4 times what we had paid for it, because the age of everything, the quality of the woodman, the workmanship of the wood, the Greek key inlaid floors, the hardwood floors, the chandeliers and fireplaces and the roof and everything else. They said, the problem is, we know you didn't pay that much for it, but getting somebody to replace it with a like quality is going to cost that much. So insurance is a bear. How do you clean the high windows? We pray for rain, Camilla. We pray for rain. That's the outside part. I'm not a big guy with heights, so we can wash everything on the inside, but the outside we just sort of let it do its thing. Kimbers, Ohio. I wasn't here to understand what happened, but choo-choo. Kimbers, thank you. We're on generator power right now. We had a power outage, and through very fortunate situation where I've had a generator since I moved here. We were able to just plug in a gas tank and fire up the generator, change a few plugs, and start court on time. Let's while we're still on break, let's sing happy birthday. Can we do that? We missed the birthday thing this morning. I'm feeling terrible because of it. My day is just not the same without it. If the mods are able to do the birthday song, let's get that queued up, and hopefully we've got at least the amount of time it takes to lead Brian Walshe back into the courtroom, which we should be able to get through a couple verses. If you are wondering why we're doing a birthday song in the middle of this, you have missed the start of every stream for the last 2+ years. We sing happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday. I would feel terrible if it was my birthday and nobody wished me a happy birthday. I'd hate for that to be the case for any of you. So if it's your birthday, please Make it known right now. We already have them made known. Krista, Marianne, and R? Just R? Is that right, Red Pen? I think it's right. Yep, R. Okay. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing happy birthday to Krista, Marianne, and R before the judge comes back from her break. And by we, I mean all of us. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Krista, Marianne, and R. Happy birthday to you. Krista, Marianne, and R. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day, and I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can return that back to you, make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. And happy birthday to Buttercup, too, on Thanksgiving Day. That's awesome. Happy birthday. It's my stepson Alex's birthday. Next verse, we'll add Alex here. We'll sing once to Alex. It's an interlude. This is for the dancers. They've got a special routine during this part. We'll sing one verse for Alex, and then we'll be close to the drum solo finish. Here we go. A cappella. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alex. Happy birthday to you. There you go. There you go. Happy birthday, Alex. Free pancakes for you as well. Thank you, thank you. Bum, 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 cha, cha, cha. And for the drum solo, even if you've never played the drums, you can join us. Because after this verse, there's going to be a little drum solo, and you get to help finish off the drum song. It goes like that. So, everybody, join us. Get your air drum set. Grab your air drum sticks. Okay, snares right here. Beautiful. There we go. And now we're back. Happy birthday. Thank you for obliging me in singing the birthday song. So now the world is right. Everything is right in the world. I even have power. All right. The fan is continuing. This is a long fight over messages, and I don't know how many messages we have. I don't think we have like binders full of messages, but there could be quite a few. Thank you for singing. All of you, thank you for singing. I heard you. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. This ain't my usual ceiling fan. It is a little different shot. It is a different courtroom than the courtroom that Karen Reed was in, but it's the same courthouse, so you can see a lot of similarities. Evangeline Light, I saw you last night. Thank you. Did great last night. It was such a blast to be on with Josh. Josh is just an amazing host. His whole team is fantastic. We're both share interests. Our style in discussing things is a lot of fun. Sometimes I think I frustrate him a little bit because I jump ahead, and he is so organized. I cannot tell you. Josh and his team are so organized about their rundown, and me, I'm like squirrel, and so him allowing me into his world a little bit and allowing me to wreak havoc on his show. It's amazing. I love it. I did order a Courtroom Confidential hoodie. I was wearing their shirt yesterday. I didn't show it during the interview, but I was wearing the Courtroom Confidential shirt, which I love. The quality's great. I love the logo. It's just so snappy. But I saw Josh was wearing a zip hoodie, and I'm like, Josh, I need one of those. And so I went on their website and ordered a hoodie, which is awesome. Hopefully it'll get here in time for Christmas for myself. So they have a lot of holiday merch. They do merch right. I do not do merch at all. I need help in that department. Thanks for the link. If you did, if you missed out Courtroom Confidential, and you want to go watch on a replay, and you have a hype left over from YouTube, that would be a great thing to hype. Josh's channel is doing phenomenally well. You can also find Josh on Fox Nation, as he's a Fox legal contributor. Great insights, great delivery, great voice, amazing setup. Just, I can't say enough good things about him, and his wife and Kai. They're just, the whole family is just cool. And great hair, yes. Second only to Peter Tragos. And I think Josh knows that, so I don't think that offends him at all. Well, might be third. Ian has okay, he's third. Josh is solid third position. Josh is a former prosecutor, former defense attorney, and has a great legal mind. And I don't know how he fits in his day all that he does. You listen to the ending of his show where he invites you on what's coming up. And I don't know, does he have like an extra week in his month? More than I do? Because the guy's amazing. If there's something happening in true crime, first of all, they're following it. And there's a show, and there's something you go and watch, and it's up to date, and it's accurate, and it's entertaining, and it's easy to listen to. There's a reason that he says we're the fastest growing channel on YouTube in this realm. Ivy Berlin says, this is for Mrs. R.A. Got a feeling she needs some good wine today. Love from Germany. Ivy, thank you. I'll pass on your well wishes to Mrs. R.A. She has been an absolute trooper, especially as the kids were under the weather during, basically from just prior to Thanksgiving till about now. We just had one child. I don't want to give too many details about health and details, but one child was still experiencing flu symptoms, so we did the doctor's appointment. The doctor says, "Here's what you need," and we got the stuff, and he's still having some fever. It just was lingering, right? And there's like a little earache, and I'm like, well, you use this medicine, it should be fine. Next morning, eardrum ruptured overnight and he just doesn't complain. And he's like, oh, my ear hurts. Well, now you've got a ruptured eardrum. And so we're more doctor's appointments and everything like that. I know when I was first married, I had an earache that ended in a ruptured eardrum. And I guess it runs in our family. And I was a wreck. I was like, don't talk or don't make a sound. Don't get near me. And whatever you do, don't touch this side of my face because my earache is so bad. And he's just like, it hurts. I'm like, what is your pain tolerance level, child? What is your pain tolerance level? So we're just finalizing all that with the doctor and a little more medication and drops and things for him. So anyway, so Mrs. R.A. has been an absolute trooper through all this with 4 kids down with the flu at the same time. We've never, I don't think we ever in our married life have experienced that level of just a serious illness, and the flu is serious. Good thing it wasn't a stomach flu. That would have been terrible. But just like fevers and cough and headache and soreness, all at the same time with 4 kids. And she's a trooper. Oh, sounds like we're coming back to court.
You are unmuted.
Ivy. Thank you so much. Mrs. R.A. got ill at the very end, but it was very short and it wasn't nearly as severe. And she's feeling much better today. Are we going to sidebar first? Or are we waiting for the defendant? We're waiting for the defendant. Yeah, after it ruptures, there's nothing you can do at that point, right? It's just a wait. But he's feeling tons better. I just, as a parent, you just feel bad when you have to, like, I've got a child you can't hear right now, And so he's just happily playing, and you ask him a question, he just keeps playing because he can't hear very well. And you're like, I feel awful. I don't think there's anything we could have done about it, but he's the sweetest kid, too. He's my youngest. Ooh, no red handcuffs this time. These might be personal. Does it go back on the belt? First time it's had silver bracelets.
Did we reach agreement on the text messages?
We did not. We were hoping for a ruling from you.
All right. What page?
So, Your Honor, it's difficult because they numbered the pages, but they took out whole pages and sections, so they don't correspond. I have visually done it. That might be easier to approach so I can show you side by side.
I don't think the judge wants to waste all that time.
Approach.
One at a time. The problem with the approach is we may not hear the ruling. The judge might allude to it after the sidebar is over. But here we have the two sides. Prosecution has some, obviously they have some messages they want in. Well, that's quite blurry. Let's focus down. There we go. It's quite blurry. It's fixed. They have some messages they really want from this. Okay, these messages might further their case, and they want those in. But there are other messages that are going to introduce other issues, other things for the defense to focus on and wave and yell about in front of the jury, and maybe even stuff that doesn't help their case as much. They're trying to limit this down, focus the jury, right? Here's what you need to know. This was what was happening, and this is how it was proved. And here are the text messages that will prove that. Defense doesn't want any of them in, but if some come in, they want all of them in. Prosecution says, how about this? We'll take out some of them that maybe defense really objects to, that might just be prejudicial, and then only have these in. Defense says, nope, we don't agree. Now the judge is going to play umpire and possibly one at a time look at these and say yes or no, or say, look at this and say, yep, all of it's coming in. We feel that as defense says, we feel that all of these give context to the other messages. You can't have one without the other because you lose some of the meaning and the value and the understanding behind the whole feel. So this could get really spicy depending on the judge's ruling. There might be some text messages in there she sees as like clearly that, discussing a detail about their affair that is strictly a detail about their affair, if you understand what I'm saying. That sort of text might not be it might be very probative, but it might be very prejudicial. So I don't know how to say that. This may take a while. It might. I think the judge will let more in. I think she's inclined to. You have the rule of completeness, which might apply here depending on the timeline of the messages, and that will probably be more of a deciding factor. Standalone messages might not need the message right before or the message right after to explain it. Don't read the probative texts. Yeah. Cass Sass, I'm really upset that YouTube is not showing my recap. I cannot access it anywhere. YouTube is pretty much all I watch. Listen to. I saw mine on my phone once, and I'm like, this is cool. I want to watch this again. I don't know how to get back to it. I know there's a channel on X called YouTube Liaison, and I don't think it's official. I think it's a guy who just calls himself that, and he understands YouTube really well, and he does have some connections at YouTube. He posted a video of how to access your recap, so you might watch and look at that. Basically, it tells you what you're interested in, what you watch, and it does it in an interesting way. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it if you can find it. On the YouTube page, on the app, had a link to mine. I opened mine, but I wanted to watch it again. New side hustle. You need to be a consultant for how to set up a stream. I was on a new streamer, and he said he needed to reach out to you, but you probably did not have time for him. Lindsay, I love to help people. Obviously, I can't do it during my live stream, but if there's somebody out there who has some questions, I'm all for that. I cannot tell you how many people I have, taken a minute and shared some of the knowledge. I started out at the beginning as well, and when I started out, I had some amazing people that helped me in various ways get my channel going. and it would be wrong of me not to pass on and pay it forward in some small way. And if it's a tech issue where I have a little bit of knowledge, I'd be happy to help. And that's what the burner phone's for. Please reach out. My recap consists of basically Recovery Addict. That's it. Let's see. A Ginger snaps out of it. You were number one on mine. Said I was in the top 10% of viewers, which I think is a lie. No, you're amazing. Criminal Confident. Yes, reach out. Do. I honestly, I'd love to help. I'm not running a consulting business here. It's not like I'm charging anyone any money. I just, for what it's worth, I'll give you my opinion and see if I can help you a little way and encourage you to start before you're ready and begin with what you have right now. And do this. I love the platform that social media provides for us. And if you have an interest and the ability to share your information with other people, let's make it happen. All right. Let's hear if we get the ruling. Are we bringing the jury right now? I think we are.
You can actually have the witness back on the stand so we can...
Oh. Bring the witness. Why does burner not work?
Okay.
It's working. A lot of stuff.
Just hold up the jurors so the witness can get in the witness box so we're not having an intersection here.
Okay, prosecution does have a binder. Here we go. What was the Twitter page? It's called YouTube Liaison.
Thank you.
That's the guy's name.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors entering.
Yeah, this is a spicy day. A lot of people might have wanted to be here for that.
Doors back open. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you.
You may.
Mr. Fassel, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
Thank you. And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
The way the judge is wording that, it sounds like these are the redacted version.
Thank you.
So it looks like the state got what they wanted on this one.
Again, approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Are we playing Mother May I?
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Going to page 40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir, these text messages also discuss intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Content warning.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on Apologize, Your Honor.
Careful. We might see pictures.
One of them is with her son, is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it says Anna and her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that he made her. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the next she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
So a photo from the larger.
And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so can I just see it quickly? All right, so can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
The judge is being very careful here regarding the pictures. She has made specific instructions as to how to redact pictures or how to crop pictures so they would not be prejudicial in this case. And I think she's pretty much ruled that any pictures of the children could be prejudicial, or at least she doesn't want them coming in. So the previous picture with Anna playing with her child on the rug, on the floor, they cropped that picture to make it look like Anna was just laying on her back doing yoga. The child was nowhere in the picture. This picture, they've blurred the face of the child. It sounds like the judge might require that to be cropped a little better.
Walshe's face is blurred out. It wasn't that way in the original, but it's irrelevant to your decision making. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right? Thank you.
I'd ask that now be published for the jury.
You may publish it.
Add another siren. I've got the counter
Thank
up to
you.
18, but I have to adjust it because it's wrong. 19 now.
She also sends you a photo on New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
This is William Fasto, is the the witness right now.
May I approach?
You may.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jem Metlu, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted of the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
Exhibit 147. When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
At least not with
What
Anna.
was the last contact that you had with Anna Walsh?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
Was your
And then
response
did you send
the
her
trigger?
anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that went that were not responded to.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Were you concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walsh after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days, and frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walsh leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
I think we're going to hear that one.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walsh to William Fasto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
Love the Monty Python reference here. Sounds like I can play it right now. The clerk is labeling the thumb drive. There you go. Here's your sticker.
I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
This is going to be an audio voicemail. Brian left on his wife's lover's machine.
Good afternoon, William. This is Brian Walsh. Hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have had contact with her, calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine, and you can reach me at 617-939-8646. Thanks.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day, and I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
And what did you did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
Yeah, him saying it doesn't have a key.
Your Honor, I approach.
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes.
What is that?
It is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize...
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We've got Gucci on the list. Yep. Yeah, he didn't have a key. I can believe that. Imagine
Do you recognize
he would have eventually if things continued.
Anything else in the photograph?
She's wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece. And I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she's wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much.
Cartier is a new one.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at.
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
As you wish.
As you wish. We've blurred her face.
Thank you.
That's interesting. Wonder why we blurred her face.
You had said that you had communicated with her
like a sultry
after
look or something.
New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And have you seen Anna Walshe since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
Here comes
Cross-exam.
defense. Let's see if it's Larry
Good
Tipton.
morning.
Nope, it's not Larry. Does she bring the heat? Paint this guy as the worst guy in the
You had
courtroom?
mentioned that you met Anna Walshe, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes.
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
Correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business?
He is.
And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walshe was looking for a property in the D.C. area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walshe, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay. Let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walshe in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh, Anna Walsh, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walsh about some charges on a credit card.
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money.
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
On Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day. They have 3 sons, and her flight gets canceled, and she's late coming up, right?
Yes.
And so, from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy, and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM. You would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs?
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted,
okay,
and she had posted a picture of herself at that event, and I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up?
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing?
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the 2 of you on that page?
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment,
okay,
but I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she ever found out.
My question is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
Yeah, I'll take things that didn't happen for 100, please.
You felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Anna ever you would say, ugh, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walshe.
Yes.
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walshe, they weren't connected to Brian in any way?
No. Except for Jem Mutlow.
Okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to D.C.?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Anna?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Anna never told Jem Mutlow about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlow or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlow was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
They were more than that.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay.
Possibly with benefits.
Did you and Anna ever socialize with Jem Mutlow together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlow and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years, so.
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlow about your romantic relationship with Anna Walshe.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes.
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship?
He certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
Because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Anna Walshe was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walshe?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
Yeah. In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call that was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
Okay. So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna talk to Brian, I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is correct.
He answers anyway.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
I don't believe so.
Ooh.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in D.C.?
Yes.
And she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions?
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions?
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends?
Yes. The only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in D.C.?
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do, is there a real estate management company? And I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people?
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people?
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to D.C.
Yes.
and live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, you know, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function?
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay. I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please.
We get a half-hour break.
Follow me.
Let me explain what's going to happen here. I'm going to reconnect to the power grid, and I believe I can do it without bringing the stream down, but there will be a spinning wheel on the screen. So it will take a couple minutes because my modem will have to reset as I power it off of the generator and power it back up on the wall. So chat should be able to continue. The live stream will continue. And we'll get off the generator, which I'm getting more and more nervous about as it's a real-time buffer.
Witness may step down.
Let's see if we have anything to discuss before she leaves.
Objection.
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to all be standing. He didn't
know what she did. Her words.
Lay the foundation.
She's just asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All rise.
All right. As we go to break, it's been spicy. I think it will get spicier. We haven't gotten to the details of some of the text messages. I think the defense is going to try to dig into them a little bit because it is a distraction. And if they can make the witness or Anna look worse than or look bad, that sort of makes their guy look a little better in comparison. So I won't forget, we are going to we're just going to go silent is what's going to happen. So I apologize. There's nothing else I can do. But be good, be nice to each other when people come in and say, is it just spinning for you? Yes, it is. It's going to be this screen. I'm going to turn this. I'm going to. I didn't just need to leave you with like, don't go. That's all we can do. So it might be 2 to 3 minutes. We'll be back, but we've got a half-hour break, so it's going to be fine. So I'm going to put this up on the screen, and that should stay there. 3, 2. I'm not sure if we're live yet. It looks like we're live. Are we live again? Do we make it back? We're on the grid now instead of off grid. It sure looks funny, I can tell you that. And I have to reset all my cameras again. We're back. That was frantic. That was frantic, I tell you. I'll give you a second to get everything looking the way it should, and we'll get court back and everything. Let's go over there. Basically, everything I did this morning, I just have to redo. Camera 1, we're going to put that right over there. Crank it up, get you looking not too white, not too bright. All right, cameras ready. Phone is charged, looking, let's connect back to court. All right. And now we just need a picture of me behind me, right? I'm in the black. I'm in the black. That's no good. Give me a second here. Bing. Come on. Still cut. Key. Whew. We're back. We're back. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? How's your break? All right. I like the black, actually. The black is nice. It's I could go the other way. I could just I could be like this and then turn the key and then let's see. No, I have to be 2. I could be 2 and turn on the key and then key out the black. could make it so I'm just like a floating head with nothing behind me, so it looks like I'm. Yeah. Anyway. Welcome. Let me get chat back on the screen. We have chat. That's great. Perfect. Thank you, sample user, for letting us know that this live stream is in fact the best. Appreciate it. Black is slimming. Thank you. It only took 3 minutes, Jen. That was amazing. Shout out to my internet provider for rebooting the browser so quickly, or the router so quickly. Reconnecting. Okay, live chat back. All right, you could be the little man in the North Pole. Just an idea. I could get a background that looks rather festive. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the black. It puts me in the dark, so I'm not a big fan of just being in the black. But I could make the background completely disappear by keying on a different switcher. Hold, please, because now I'm curious. So there's me. There's black. And then if I do a Luma on the palette, upstream keyer 1. Let's do keyer 2. Oh, I have to do this one off. Turn that one off. Turn 2 on. What's 1? 1's me. But let's make it a Luma. Oh, this looks terrible. This is a bad idea. It's a bad idea. I'm going to go back, pretend that never happened. We're just going to leave it the way it was. It wasn't broken. We don't need to fix it. Awesome. We're back. Love the courtroom back. I'm sort of attached to it. I am. Thoughts on the testimony so far with William Fasto. I will say that had the other defense attorney been the one questioning, I would have expected out from the gate him to attack and bring in every salacious detail he could from these texts. But at the same time, they have to be careful not to try to shame the victim, which is, they have to walk a fine line. They want to make the witness look bad. But you don't want to shame the victim, because then the jury could hold that against you. All right, folks, go slap the like button. This is crazy. It is. But I love that YouTube has the features and the options that we can set up to make the live stream just happen again. There's a kind of halo around you don't normally see. It's because the key reset. And I've got shadows in weird places on the green screen as well. All right, thank you for all those who clicked the like button. We are one short of 888 likes right now. I appreciate that. That helps the channel in a big way. I feel like I missed something. When did they read the text? They haven't yet, Sarah. We think they're about to. So far, the only thing the state really introduced was the fact that they did text before. Some of the generalizations about when they texted and a few back and forth, but not really like reading the text. We didn't get like a Karen Reed type like read through yet. We did see a picture or a blurred picture of Anna wearing a Gucci necklace. Anna's face was blurred in the picture. Anna's face. The victim's face was blurred. And that was all that was blurred. So I'm not sure if she was making a face or if this might have been like, this is for your eyes only type face that she was making, but it was blurred. And the necklace was the important part. Oh, good, because I was on the phone. Yeah, you didn't miss it. Why make her look like a bad person if she died naturally? Making her look bad gives more motive, in my opinion. I think they want to make the witness look bad, because if they can just... Right now, Brian Walshe is probably not the most liked guy in the room, especially if you were to poll the jurors, right? They think he's not a cool guy. They probably still have open minds, but they're like, oh, man, ooh, eek. Not the guy I'd be like, hey, let's hang out at a party, or do you want to do New Year's Eve together? If the defense can distract away from that, it's a little win. And if they can distract it by making this guy who's on the stand, the home wrecker, William Fasto, he'll sell you a home and then he'll wreck it, I think, as Greener said. If they can make him look like a bad guy because of what he did, I was like, oh, you were estranged, you were separated from your wife. It's been 3 weeks, and you start this other affair. That's not estranged. That's just a side. That's a side, affair. Then maybe Brian doesn't look quite so bad in the eyes of the jury. We don't want to see victim shaming here. We don't. And I think the defense has to be careful that what they do with this witness doesn't, by extension, shame Anna as well. I don't understand how defense are allowed to put up experts on sudden unexplained death when they have no evidence it was. Brian Walshe doesn't even know it was that, hypothetically. Well, what has to happen is this. Brian Walshe will have to take the stand before the expert. Brian Walshe will have to bring this up, that there was a sudden unexplained death and it was confusing. There was no other factor at play that would indicate why she would die. And it was just a sudden unexplained death. And once that evidence is in from Brian, as we have to consider this from the vantage point that a juror might believe that. It's evidence, even if he's not very trustworthy. It's evidence that's in. Once that door is opened a little bit and that's come in, then you can have an expert come in and say, "Let me explain what sudden unexplained death is and how it appears to the average user, or the average not user person." Can it be a crime of passion? Shelley Beans, I think that's very likely, but we don't have much evidence of that because we don't know how she died. And we don't know that he killed her. That's what the state's trying to prove in this case. But without him telling us or somebody else giving us some sort of evidence about the actual event, it's going to be hard to know. That's why I think that the jury is going to decide on second degree. Do we even know how she died? No. And Mel, for some people, this would be not guilty, right? But for me, I'll tell you why I think that this is murder. Why, if I was on the jury, I would vote for murder, and I would probably vote for second-degree murder. And that is that Brian Walshe's search terms, the morning of New Year's Day, before noon that morning, less than half the day had gone by. 5 o'clock in the morning, he's already searching, how do I get rid of a body? The best way to get rid of a body. And before noon, he's searching how to get rid of a body after murder, how to clean up a body after murder. He put the word murder in there. He's the only one that knows the situation, and his desperate search for information as to what to do tends to for me add extra weight to the terminology he used in Google. When he said how to get rid of a body if you really need to, I believe he felt he really needed to get rid of a body. I think that the search terms literally betray his actions and his mindset. Do they have her remains? No. This is a no-body case. And the reason why, we talked about this a little bit on Courtroom Confidential with Josh last night. This happened right after Christmas. Okay, think of your house in Christmas, a city area. The garbage is full of boxes and wrapping paper and plastic and bags, and just everybody is throwing away all the packaging and the trimmings and trappings of Christmas and the gifts that are associated with it. All the garbages are full. The sanitation department is doing everything they can to just dump and incinerate everything. And so it's just a mad rush to clean up this, probably one of the biggest garbage weeks of the year. And that is when her body is placed in parts in different garbages. And because they were incinerated, there's nothing left. Everything's burned up. So they mix trash and recycles. Some areas do, some don't. I know in my particular town, we pay extra money to have a recycling bin. We have a special day that a recycling truck comes around, picks up our trash, and it dumps it at the landfill with the rest of the trash. because no one buys our recycling. That's why. We keep trying. We use the recycling bin the appropriate way. Cindy, enjoy the moment, says, I don't want to get left off the giving train. Choo-choo. I love this community. Cindy, thank you very much. Do they have a remains? No, they don't, Barb. Barb, you might be behind. I just answered that one, or maybe, yeah, they don't have a remains. They have blood that's hers. They have what they said is apparent tissue, but not else. Chat isn't on screen. That's my fault. I apologize. Thank you, Camilla. It's on screen now. And thank you, Cindy. Enjoy the moment for joining the train. We've had just massive support today. Thank you. I feel so much better being back on the power grid. Save your cans. Some centers will buy them from you. Not mine. Not so fortunate. 53 more likes, and we'll hit 1,000. We'd love to hit it before lunchtime. We have about an hour and a half, so I'm pretty sure we can do that. We'd appreciate that. The slipper they showed as evidence made me feel sick. I believe those were his slippers that looked like he was just walking through a pool of blood and hair. It looked like it literally was dripping with blood and matted with hair. And you can pretty much assume that because the hair is there, this is probably during the dismembering process that this was used. Barb, no worries. Just wanted to make sure you were caught up to the second with us so you didn't miss anything. An expert's going to get up there and explain SUDS, but it could just as easily have been a stroke. Absolutely no evidence of it, so I don't think they should be allowed to put up an expert. I think the defense is given a lot of leeway in this. A defendant has the right to, to testify and say, this is what I saw. And it would take an expert to say, but that's not what happened. So I think the state will probably have another expert to counter that. And maybe we will, at a later point, get Anna's actual medical records, which, by what we've heard so far, she was the picture of health. She was ranked at the very top, the least possible risk for life insurance. And they're going to dig into that because money's on the line, right? So she got the best possible rate for life insurance rating because of her health. Regina Crawford gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Gray Hair Grace, welcome to the gallery. It's so great to have you join us. You're among friends now. You can never leave. Just probably should have told you that before you joined, but you're here now. You're one of us. Is any of Anna's family in the courtroom? I do not know that. I have not checked. I think the only person we know that has been there was Brian's mom. Let's see. Was there a ruling on the rosary beads? No, he just had them the first day and then not any subsequent day. My guess is he saw the text from the boyfriend and put 2 and 2 together, and then the fact that she missed Christmas made it that much worse, and he snapped. Miss Gerns, this could be a theory that I would not feel bad if the state built their case around that and in their timeline, because first of all, we know that the timeline happened, it was after midnight, but before 5 a.m. that she died. And during that time, we do have a text message from the witness on the stand right now, William Fasto, and an exchange back and forth, a Happy New Year, where she texted him and he replied. We also know that Brian Walshe, for one reason or another, was getting his wife's texts on his phone. Sort of like my phone. When I get a text on my phone, my wife sees it on her iPad or her computer, and that's our accounts are linked that way. But it was something similar. There were Apple devices where the accounts were linked, and he could see at least some of what was going on, and that could have been. And I would even say it's likely that was the trigger that caused an interaction that ended in Anna not being alive. But how exactly that went down, we just won't know. Okay, so you only know someone has died of SUDS once there's been an autopsy and there's no physical evidence or indication of why death has occurred. So in absence of an autopsy, how can anyone say that? Well, Lizzie, somebody could die from SUDS, sudden unexplained death, and then once they're dead, anything can happen to their body. If their body gets burned in a fire before there can be an autopsy, it doesn't change the manner of death. So you could have one, Brian testified that she died of SUDS. Sorry, I was missing your audio there.
Just take it down. Just watch your step. Okay. Do it later. You may just remain standing for a moment, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wogger, thank you very much. I was late and missed the early morning gift of Palooza. Here's my thanks for RA, this wonderful channel. Thank you, Wogger. Thank you all. You guys are super, super generous. Just been an amazing day. There does seem to be quite a tight bond between mother and son that's still in place. We're now waiting for the jury to show up. Witness is back on the stand. We're going to pick up where we left off. We had the objection. We're going to go back to Lane Foundation for how he knew what he's about to testify to. Lisa noted, thank you very much. Welcome. Miss you. Glad you're here right now. Was allegedly
Jurors entering.
Could have logged into her Facebook account with messages to get those unless they were shared a Facebook account. I think he was spying. Well, his mom got a private investigator to look into Anna. So there had to be some sort of suspicion for the mom to feel that. It was probably passed on through Brian. So that's not a stretch. I need one more light. Then we'll hit 1,000.
Court back in session. You may be seated. You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
You can voice up for me, please, okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank
You may proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together.
Yes.
But you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at the time, at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
Is that a question?
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that because your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Sloth Life, thank you so much.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over.
Balo Bird, thank you for gifting me.
Apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023?
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
A little edge in her voice there.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, he can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now. Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
Yes.
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your 2 young boys.
Correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes.
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
Yes.
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
Yes.
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walsh, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walsh had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walsh had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful?
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
That's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walsh. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassness from whatever you
was trying to hide it from everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
And he's done.
The witness may step down.
One of the most uncomfortable days of his life right here. All played out on television.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Christopher Murphy. Right this way, sir.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y.
What do you do for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so.
It's okay.
It's been a while.
All right, so you were working at a painting company?
Yes.
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
A year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. Okay. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would it help? Would you actually? I'll ask you right now. Do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years. You haven't enough time to remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
all right. So at that point in time, was the number
8675309?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay, early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walsh?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or a text message?
It was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during that day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And you're on record?
Yes.
Do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir, are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
This Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone, of the messages, are now in evidence as Exhibit 150, 151. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And, sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read it out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address
Okay. Does it say any names with it?
Phone number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walsh, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
All right. Ms. Gilliland, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy Pick's page 2? Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this. Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning, let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Quick witness, and we're already on to witness number 16.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since September of 2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information?
Wow. Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes.
Did you know Anna Walsh?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walsh?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before it. I used to take classes there with Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
She had the unlimited bar plan. It's different than open bar. Open bar and unlimited bar are actually opposites.
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
This is her signature.
It's at the agreement with Anna Walsh.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walsh for bar method is in evidence as 152.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, our members asked about their health.
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Anna Walsh attend bar method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to D.C. at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least. Whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
Okay. And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes. She had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in D.C. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to D.C. in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to D.C., but did you mean when she came to Cohasset?
I'm sorry, when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her, and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you 3 documents, if you could look at those. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in D.C. and telling me how wonderful her experience at the bar method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in D.C. and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in D.C. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I responded to her on January 1st, because I was away on vacation at that time, And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
All right. They'll be marked and admitted into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 27th of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what? Date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2023.
All right, those 3 are now in evidence, 153 to 155.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The class registration for the bar method is in evidence. That's 156. You may.
This witness has an opportunity to really plug her business, especially right before New Year's.
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walsh created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop into the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver?
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that a person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay. So the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2022, excuse me, September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Do you want this?
So once again, any health records we have, that have come in are self-reported.
Commonwealth
like
may
the
call
life
its next
insurance.
witness.
The Commonwealth would call Ashley Semino. She's going to do all of it.
It's number 17. Commonwealth has 100 witnesses on their list. We're probably not going to go call half of them, but they do have 100 people that it might be called.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward. There you go.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Semino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the Financial District location when they were open.
So how long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We have to take an anatomy exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take an annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet Anna NIP?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
And which Bar Method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the Bar Method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna NIP outside of the Bar Method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to Bar Method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection. Overruled.
Demeanor's
Let the
okay.
answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walshe?
He did come into the Bar Method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the Bar Method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Anna Walshe?
So I wasn't familiar looking. We all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the Bar Method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually, it was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this oh my God moment, because with COVID, we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm-up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat. You go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
And how did Anna Walshe perform during that class?
She was a powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Miss Walshe?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walshe since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon. Afternoon.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe.
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then you also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor?
No.
You're not a nurse?
I am not.
Did you perform any type of medical tests on Anna Walshe on December 31st?
No, I do not.
Are you aware if she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed cardiac issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No.
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
No.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Anna Walsh?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense does a good job sort of isolating the value of the testimony we just heard from this witness, because the time period is not close to the events in question. Her Instagram says she's the owner of the bar method,
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
not the
Thank you,
employee.
Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter.
Janet? No. I'm not. I don't even believe he cleans the kitchen. So as far as that story goes, I'm not buying it.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in there so you get this shit for you. There you go. All set.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walsh at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay.
It's the glossy nails.
When did the interaction, first off, did you know Anna Walsh at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Anna Walsh occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Walshe.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walsh?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open, and warm.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah,
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
she did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Good job. Quick witness. We've got about 48, 49 minutes before lunch. If we stick to the schedule, Judge. Where this would take us all the way to witness number 19.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Julie Bassler.
Just for your information, every name I have guessed on the spelling on, I've gotten wrong so far in this trial. The only one I got right was Fox, F-O-X.
Right this way. Stuff funny.
They're hard names. Kenyon, Menino. We got Lawrence wrong.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, B-A-S-L-E-R.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Ms. Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at Kindercare, or did the oldest child move to the public schools at some
He went
point?
to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days a week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And do you know whose mother?
Brian Walsh's mom.
And what time was the typical drop-off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember, maybe 8:39.
8:39, 8:40.
Closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A bra.
A pink tie and white shirt.
One that he's wearing?
Your Honor,
Excuse
might
me.
the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And how often did you
Just
see
name
Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walshe at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walshe at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at Kindercare?
maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the kindercare in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door, and you need the key code to enter the building, and then there is a good-sized lobby, and you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building, but the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens, and if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families, and you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway, and if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages, and if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter kindercare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and, we would ask each other how was your day, just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and, check on the boys, ask how the boys, morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out, yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did, yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said, "Hi, Brian, good morning." Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families. And
what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush. It's kind of like, "Come on, boys, let's go." I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class. So it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
That's the important part.
Did you talk about anything those days?
No.
One moment.
Brian's day was busy. He was on cleanup
Thank you.
duty.
Any cross?
Disposal duty.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about kinder care.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is.
Yes.
Okay. I think you had mentioned that the two boys were coming 5 days a week,
Yes.
and they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember.
Okay.
Looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
We're going to refresh the recollection of the witness.
Just one page. Sorry about that. I don't have my glasses, so I think it's
Okay.
I used to not need them.
Okay.
But I think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
Kissy face and fancy spancy. These are legal terms.
The end of June.
End of June.
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the two boys were coming 5 days a week.
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop off every morning.
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him.
Yes.
Okay. And then he would also do pickup.
Yes.
Mommy.
And in those
Mama.
6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or let me ask it a little bit better. Ms. Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different.
Yes.
That he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
Yes.
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
Yes.
So the other mornings when he would drop off his two boys, he was friendly.
Yes.
He would say good morning.
Yes.
He didn't seem rushed.
Yes.
Would he chat with you about how you're doing,
Yes.
how's work? Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This was different.
Yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No.
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
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 Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
Yes.
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
Yes.
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his 2 little sons, he would have 2 little bags that would be packed for both of them.
Yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe.
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up?
Yes.
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
Yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights.
A what night?
Like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good? Everything was great? The boys are cute, fine, there were no issues?
Yeah, there was just, we talked daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his sons' lives.
Yes.
And he would talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any
All right.
redirect?
No, thank you.
A good dad,
Just gonna
right?
step down, thank you.
Thank you.
By all accounts, KinderCare says he was a good dad. That's what we get out of that testimony. But we also heard that right after the murder, he behaved a little differently than the routine. Next up, witness number 20.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop.
Okay. Right this way. Just watch your step. A little bit further in.
Oh,
There you go.
and I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
The GM and the janitor.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any surveillance cameras at the Claremont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
2,
6.
3, 4. 4 on the outside. I believe 3 in the back parking lot and 1 at the front.
Now, how many dumpsters are there at the Claremont?
A total of 3 dumpsters. 2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Claremont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now, I had asked you about the surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did? Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Are they kept in good faith?
Yes.
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
So we finally get to see some video. Sounds like it's going to involve a dumpster and allegedly a Brian Walshe.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry about that.
So what you watched on the screens were your videos?
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Claremont of January 3rd, 2023.
January 3rd video.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as, are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157? Could we go to the video channel 14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may.
Pretty good picture.
Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you.
Is that a Volvo? What have we here?
Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you could press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds?
Okay, now he's leaving.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that, you know, that, yeah, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play this, Gilman?
Barb, welcome. Thank you. Okay, it looks a little wet and rainy. Looks like sunlight was shining on the camera. Periodic. Oh my goodness. Oh man. It's a heavy bag.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. And finally, how many ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use. Sometimes they weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway. Yes, one entrance, front entrance. Sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question was probably an article. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, you said 6. You talking about the
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6. I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not, but if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a road blocked and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So
okay.
My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so thank you. My question was how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
One. Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, but they could use.
Rarely now. I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time, and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead to Chestnut Glen?
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Cross?
A few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one on redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster been picked
Wednesday.
up?
It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any
Large
recross?
apartment complexes like that, 91 units. There's going to be a
You may
lot
step
of
down.
Thank you.
frequent garbage being dumped. So you don't need to know the schedule to know it's going to be picked up often.
The Commonwealth would call Connor Keith.
Ooh.
I think so.
Try to take the first one. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you should be given false testimony to be the truth,
This, I believe, is a familiar face.
Thank you, sir.
Looking further?
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I, I'm just going to put some of this stuff over here on this chair. Because I can see.
Let go of it, sir.
Now, sir,
Hey,
can I ask your name and
Don't
could you please
fiddle
spell
with
your
it or
last
it'll
name?
fall off.
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And, sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certification from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple Forensic Fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the certifications in those Cellbrite
Just
topics?
pay the money.
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And, sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walshe.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually a missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time, and in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers, one being 617-599-766, the second being 617-895-8082, and then the third being 617-939-8648, Verizon data. If there's any objection.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76?
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it, 7966. All right, so now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966, and then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082, and 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
They're in. Now, what do they contain? Who called who in?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966? So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It is January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data, is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
A
bunch of numbers.
I'd love for you to do that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns? Or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
Record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time is the end of the event?
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN, what's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going to, MFG model, what's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to, say, column L. Thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB, what are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site, so it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector, so maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then eNode B, column M, is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G, so the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one, then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower?
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not, like a voice call.
All right. And could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data, and the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
So milliseconds. That's not seconds. It's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year. Those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left?
Going down and over now.
And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city. I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. You could just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see .024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records? So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees, usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so as far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder?
The witness does look like he's at the high tops of the waterfall and on his tippy toes at that. This is a tall witness stand.
Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966. Is this the subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records, associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account, an account number for this.
Last name, first name, business, address, what's that?
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to,
It's now
to
1
the,
o'clock.
to the
The
right?
judge may interrupt at any moment.
All righty. Now we have at column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
I'm just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay, so there's an account holder, and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay, they're responsible for it?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe, Anna.
Counsel, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
Yes. We all want lunch. Let's stop
All right,
now.
please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
Do not get between this judge and her lunch break. So basically, we got through a lot of technical stuff to find out that Anna's phone pinged at Brian Walsh's house after the murder. How do you call an Uber or a Lyft or even a taxi without your phone? You can do it, but not very likely. It's usually done through an app.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody need anything? Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great lunch. Have an absolutely wonderful lunch. As they are headed out to lunch, let me go over this. The state's case, we talked about this with Josh a little bit on Courtroom Confidential last night. The state's case was ready to go, and at the last minute, Brian Walshe pled guilty to 2 charges. And I get the feel that the state is just proceeding as if those 2 charges were still there, as if they're still trying to prove that he in fact did dispose of the body improperly and lie to police. We're hearing all that evidence as if those charges were still there. The jury is not going to be considering those. But it's like, you've proven that. Okay, I'm on board. I'm with you. We know he's pled guilty, but you've convinced me as a juror. You've convinced me that yes, he did these 2 things. The problem is the jury's being asked to find him guilty of murder 1, and what the state has not yet proven is that he killed her, and that he was premeditated in doing so. I think a reasonable juror at this point, just with the evidence we have so far, could conclude that circumstantial evidence could make them able to move forward without hesitation in voting guilty on murder 2 or manslaughter. But murder 1, they have not proven. The prosecution needs to spend some time on that and prove the premeditation part if they want to hope that they get a conviction on murder 1. Yeah, they didn't change their case. They just went ahead with what they had before. Is the sound? You guys are not having sound? No sound? I can hear myself. I see the levels going out. They're open-minded. Yep. But open-minded doesn't have to mean dismiss evidence that proves otherwise, that convinces you otherwise. Sounds great. Awesome. It's the big picture you talked about, RA. Without it, there's a gaping hole. Yeah, they've got to fill in that gap. They have to fill in the gap. Speaking of gaps, we have a gap in court coverage. Well, there's nothing to watch for about an hour. We're going to be back in about 45 minutes, which means it's a great time for you to go get lunch. Mrs. RA has taken my phone and has gone to the store to pick up groceries, which I'm a big fan of because, hey, I like to eat. And so she's at Walmart and Sam's Club, and I think she's also going to Walgreens. There's one more medication we need for our youngest that she needs to pick up. So I'm just going to go scrounge around in the kitchen and the freezer and see if I can find something to stick in the microwave or the oven to eat for lunch. And hopefully you guys can do something similar and have a great lunch. And when we come back, we'll pick up part 2 of day 4 of the Brian Walshe trial. We're moving through the witnesses. The first 2 days were slow. We're already at witness number 21. The prosecution has 100 witnesses on their list. Usually they only call a fraction of those. But the defense only has 8 on their list. I'm seeing that I have a hard time imagining the prosecution taking longer than 1 more week on this trial. There's just not that much left. I think they're going to be resting before then. So unless we get bogged down just in the DNA, the testing, the analysis of all the items that were swabbed for blood, that could be a slow day for sure. But other than that, we know we don't have an ME, right? Because there's no body found. We've got most of the pieces there, but we still need to hear something about premeditation. I'm not convinced on premeditation. There you go. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again after lunch. It'll be just shy of 2 o'clock when we do. I want to say thank you one more time to everyone who stuck with us through the power outage and the switch getting back. Thank you for your incredible support. The support, I shared that with Mrs. R.A. She was just floored, amazed. You guys are absolutely wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Have a great lunch. We're taking flight or hanging here. We have a portal set up. So grab the hand of your portal buddy with permission. I mean, if they say no, no means no. But grab the hand of your portal buddy and jump through the portal. You'll land on the other side. You can continue the conversation when you land. Make sure you hit the like button as well. Thank you all very much. We'll see you after lunch. Bye-bye.